So, according to Plati, the plan for the negotiations is to prioritize our own safety, stall for time, and most importantly, secure the Space Rift technology as quickly as possible. Only with Kylo's Space Rift technology in hand will Hycros headquarters be able to make Anchor Infinity genuinely willing to sit down at the table. That's when the real negotiations will begin. Plati also said that if everything goes smoothly, Kylo could end up becoming District 4, just as Hycros originally planned. Before we arrived, Hycros headquarters had already looked into Kylo's research capabilities. The Institute researching Space Rift technology is still part of Hycros, but the Kylo branch has long been under Anchor Infinity's control. Hycros' Kylo branch inherited the scientific achievements from before the Cataclysm, and Anchor Infinity later absorbed them, renaming the facility the Hycros Tech Institute. That's our target. Oh, Plati already sent me those. Do you have something in mind? Hold on, one last thing. It's about Nem. All of Gestos' system repairs are complete and fully tested, and Nem has fully integrated with the algorithm ARC servers. She told Plati she wanted to help us, but considering the sensitive relationship between Hycros headquarters and Anchor Infinity, Plati didn't approve. So Nem quietly told me that if we ever need her help, I can contact her directly on the Angels of Clemency's internal comms. She'll find a way to avoid detection by the other authorizers and locate us using my comm signal, just like when Bagus slipped into Gestos.
Perfect timing. I just cut off comms with Nanto. His ship is about to arrive at the Or-Zero zone to pick you up.
False kindness and hidden malice. He even says he wants to take Carrot along. Over my dead body. If it comes to that, I'll just send back the 8 million credits. But Carrot is now the only Kylian who's ever been to Ida. From what I can tell, Anchor Infinity is dead set on controlling anyone with ties to Ida.
Ever since you admitted that you're from Ida at the Homecomer Assembly, the nickname Ida Visitor has been quietly circulating throughout Kylo. People won't say it to your face, but behind your back, the rumors are flying. Tourists, envoys, adventurers, pirates, swindlers, aliens. In the past, Anchor Infinity would never have let talk like this run rampant. Yet this time, they're eerily silent.
With 3 living, breathing witnesses right in front of him, Rafa wouldn't dare outright deny it. But if he admits the Ida Visitor is real, all of Anchor Infinity's years of effort will go down the drain.
My classmates back at Nova, and even some of Aster's father's connections, all say that Anchor Infinity has been constructing a massive habitat, and that they've recently made progress. I'm afraid that once you and Shirley reach the Brighton Zone, Rafa will announce a migration plan for the Kylians on a scale never seen before, just to stop the situation from spinning out of control because of you.
What do you mean? They kept quiet all this time, and now, of all moments, they decide to bring it up? Isn't it blatantly just a smokescreen?
Not necessarily. Before we were even born, several great families pooled nearly all their resources into a massive interstellar exploration program to build space stations.
You mean when the Or-Zero zone was discovered?
They discovered more than just the Or-Zero zone back then. It only grew to its current size because the surrounding space-time turbulence is stable, and because there aren't many astral hives around. From what I've heard, the Kylians found several similar areas back then, but with resources in short supply, they had to start by developing the Or-Zero zone because it had the best conditions. That's what I was thinking as well. I'm afraid your arrival forced them to reveal the existence of this settlement ahead of schedule.
If that's the case, Anchor Infinity will definitely want to cut ties with Ida. And if any Kylians try to go back there, Anchor probably won't allow it. Is that what you mean?
It's too soon to think that far ahead. We still haven't dealt with the problems right in front of us. General Veronica was just sent out a few days ago on a major exploration mission.
You mean the largest expedition in the Hope Fleet's history? The one Veronica has been trying to launch ever since she took command?
That's the one. She's been proposing it for 7 or 8 years now, but Anchor Infinity keeps stalling or flat out refusing under all kinds of pretexts and saddles her with anti-piracy missions and the like. For Anchor Infinity to suddenly consent to the mission can only mean they're afraid the General will throw her support behind you, so they've deliberately sent her away. That means your trip to the Brighton Zone will be riddled with danger.
Coordinates? What coordinates?
The authorizer and I arrived here by spaceship through a passage. What I'm sending you now are the coordinates for the entry and exit points on Kylo.
Then why don't we just do it now? Oh, I see. This is just to deter them. You won't actually let me share them unless there's absolutely no other choice, right? But aren't you afraid they'll just capture me?
Your plan has just one flaw. Keeping Lindsys and Helene in the same room for 7 days. I doubt Lindsys can keep her cool till the end.
Oh, don't worry. I'll bring Carrot and Mia along. Let the three of them hang out while I sit back and enjoy the show.
Honored Hykros diplomatic representative, the spaceship is ready. Please share your location, and I'll send a droid Tom to greet you. Very well. We'll be waiting. Oh, and don't forget to bring Carrot. Mr. Rafa has invited the press to capture your story. Greetings, diplomatic representative. The spaceship is ready. Where's Carrot? The Brighton Zone has the finest healthcare in Kylo, and the medical institutions under Helix Bio will give her the most intensive physical exam. You're right. Besides the press event, we've also arranged a series of tours for our guests from afar. We should make the most of our schedule. This way, please, both of you.
Esteemed guests, good afternoon. Welcome to the Brighton Zone of Kylo. Current atmospheric pressure 1002 HPA. Temperature 24 degrees Celsius. Humidity 35%.
My apologies for the awkwardness. This is the avatar for Anchor Infinity's AI assistant, Lana. It's soon to be launched commercially. The one before you is just a prototype. Lana, set affinity level to 5 and emotional level to 4.
Understood, Mr. Nanto. New settings applied. Honored guests, good afternoon. Welcome to the Brighton Zone in Kylo. I am Lana, and I will do my utmost to meet any of your needs.
Apologies. I've just been notified that Mr. Rafa is tied up with urgent business and cannot personally greet you. I hope you'll forgive the inconvenience. Instead, allow me to introduce Mr. Joe Hamilton, CEO of Helix Bio, Inc., and Professor Johns Daly, Director of the Hycros Tech Institute.
Hello, and welcome to Kylo. Mr. Rafa has asked us to do everything we can to accommodate your requests and give you a proper tour of the Brighton Zone.
Hello, I'm Johns, Director of the Hycros Tech Institute under Anchor Infinity. Just call me Johns. I suppose that makes us colleagues.
Today's schedule is pretty simple. First, we'll take a look at Helix Bio's latest research and the Kylo Expo Hall. After that, we'll attend a press conference. Kylo has waited 50 years for your arrival. Everyone is eager to see you and speak with you face to face. Representative, surely you won't refuse to give them this opportunity. Or would you rather meet Mr. Rafa first? He's really unavailable today. Thank you for granting the Kylians this precious opportunity for dialogue. Please, follow me.
Veronica spent years locked in negotiations with Anchor Infinity over Project Astralis, and she's finally won their approval. That was no easy task.
I heard Anchor Infinity couldn't afford the resources Project Astralis required back then. It took nearly 20 years of saving to barely agree.
But if we don't do this, how will we ever find a new home?
But if we do this, will we return to the old days when supplies couldn't meet demand? Have you heard? Someone from Ida has actually come looking for us.
Impossible. If that were true, the pirates wouldn't be this quiet. They'd have clashed with the Anchor Infinity ages ago.
If Ida has been found, that might be good. We could finally eat some cheap oranges, right?
How can you be sure Ida still has oranges? The place was bombed to smithereens back then. Who knows how much usable land is left?
The press conference hasn't begun yet. Don't casually discuss Ida. Anchor Infinity will make the appropriate decision.
Thanks for sharing the latest patch. Service language pack upgrading.
You're welcome, and thank you for the prompt system security alert.
Lana sent a new patch to that droid, Tom, and it's expressing thanks. Robots share information when they're within 10 meters of each other. Looks like that droid Tom discovered a system vulnerability while it was working, and Lana immediately sent over the appropriate patch. My apologies, everyone. A minor issue has come up at the press conference that I need to address. For the rest of the tour, would you two please accompany Joe and Johns?
Allow me to present Anchor Infinity's outstanding scientific achievements, especially in the field of life sciences. The unique space environment here has opened up entirely new avenues for Helix Bio's research. We've achieved extraordinary breakthroughs here, further unraveling the secrets of life. I doubt such achievements could ever be realized on Ida. You shallow, ignorant, scientific illiterate. You can't possibly comprehend how priceless and unique Kylo is to life science research. I know what you're getting at. They're nothing but useless scraps, skulking around and exploiting Helix Bio's resources for their own gain. Trash like that should have been recycled long ago. Life has many forms of value. Even waste can fulfill its purpose at Helix Bio. But obviously, you Idans can't possibly understand that. I heard you've been in Kylo for some time, yet you still don't see the true value of this universe. Those who have pushed life beyond its limits indeed have sharper insight. The Astral Hive is our most precious treasure. The Kylians rebuild new life from ruins and wastelands, and rely on a renewed understanding of life. Soon you'll witness Kylo's miracles of life. Evolution is right here.
Our time is limited. Please promptly proceed to the next stop.
Johns will handle the rest. I'm quite busy, so I won't accompany you two any further.
This is the Kylo Expo Hall. Feel free to explore the exhibits. I heard that after the explosion, it was Hykros who restored order in Ida, right? So, there are other districts as well? Thera, huh? My grandfather was supposedly from there. Are you worried about the negotiations? I'm afraid that's out of my league. Hykros is just a small research institute under Anchor Infinity here in Kylo. Is your Space Rift technology really that behind? I understand, but I'm afraid there's nothing I can do to help. If you want us to help you build a Space Rift, it has to be approved by Anchor Infinity. Naturally. My work here is done for the day. I wish you both an enjoyable stay in the Brighton Zone.
The press conference will begin shortly. If you're interested in the expo hall, you're welcome to come visit when you next have time. Please, follow me to the conference venue, you two.
Please wait here for a moment. The reporters are already seated, but the on-site staff said a problem came up during the equipment test, so they're replacing it now. Everything's ready. Please, follow me. Don't worry. If there are any tricky questions you'd rather not answer, I'll step in to help. Apologies for the delay, everyone, and thank you for your patience. This is the long-awaited Ida visitor. Anchor Infinity is fully aware of the recent rumors circulating about the Ida visitor. To put everyone's doubts to rest, we have arranged this press conference. Oh, don't be so polite. We've kept everyone waiting long enough, and I doubt they're here for empty formalities. Let's get to the point.
I've got a question. Over here. Hello?
The person up front seems eager. Let's hear their question first.
Hello, I'm Knox with Frontline Echo. May I ask what evidence you have that you came from Ida? What I mean is, how can you prove you're really from Ida and not just some con artist using the name Ida Visitor to scam donations from gullible homecomers? Then what are you here for? What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Dodging the question. If you ask me, you're nothing but a slicker version of the same old con men.
All right. Reporter Knox doesn't mean any harm. It's just that in the past, Kylo has seen lots of crooks pretending they'd found Ida to swindle the public. Surely you've heard the story of the boy who cried wolf, right? Now that a real visitor from Ida has come, the people of Kylo are naturally quite suspicious. Don't worry too much. Really, you could just show us something from Ida. Just one thing would prove you're telling the truth.
I've I've heard Ida's natural environment is beautiful, with all kinds of fruits, vegetables, and fine food. Surely you can't stomach our Kylo rations. You must have brought some gifts, right? And you still claim you're not a swindler?
A swindler, really? No way. Did Anchor Infinity get duped too?
Enough. Since nobody's willing to believe, I'll offer a solution. Idans, like us, can use space rifts.
Stop dawdling. Move it. Prisoner number 269-25925. Facility, Brighton Prison. District S261. Charges, fraud, endangering public safety, etc. Sentence, undetermined.
Which part of what I just told the press didn't sink in? Brighton Prison will be your home for the rest of your life. You already know Hykros pressured Anchor Infinity for your safety. So, it seems you admit to secretly planting a Hykros headquarters beacon inside the Ore Zero Zone space rift. Understand this. No one can contact Hykros headquarters from Kylo unless they have the special equipment in Mr. Rafa's office. Unless Of course, you've already slipped back through the space rift. You should do the reflecting. You secretly colluded with hostile forces in Kylo, the Wednesday crew, sabotaged Anchor Infinity's source activation injection research, and hid the fugitive Helene. Oh, and if you hadn't been caught today, were you planning to secretly reach out to Director Johns to see if he would serve Hykros back on Ida? Entrance coordinates. How can anyone be this stupid? Let me guess. Are you planning to announce it on Linsis' live stream? The coordinates you're planning to leak, they aren't the ones Anchor Infinity sent to Hykros, are they? Let's assume these are the two most critical points in your plan. First, Linksys Livestreams runs on Echo Corporation's servers, which is another subsidiary of Anchor Infinity. Of course, if I were you, I'd have tucked her away somewhere safe long ago. Just like Helene. That place would be almost impossible to find. Nobody's locating that within the next 7 days. Not that we can't find them, it would just require too many people. Tracking down someone that insignificant isn't worth the effort. Let's get back to the coordinates. The plan for building the passage is straightforward. Hykros and Kylo each open a channel within their own jurisdictions and ensure that they link up at a confirmed space-time connection point. To be absolutely safe, Hykros and Kylo share the coordinates for each end of the passage. However, unlike in Ida, the universe Kylo sits in is affected by space-time turbulence, so those coordinates aren't stable. Imagine this universe is a tank that isn't completely full of water. Inside the tank are lots of empty bottles, some big, some small. Some leak, some don't. If the tank is shaken by some unknown force, the bottles drift with the chaotic currents. Their positions won't stay fixed. Still, after years of exploration, Anchor Infinity has learned some of the space-time turbulence patterns, like how people at the Homecomer Assembly can navigate the space-time turbulence near the Autumn Day. Exactly. Right now, it's probably just a vortex of raging turbulence. So why bother dragging people off? Even if you had that plan, it wouldn't matter. Once the coordinates are released, Anchor Infinity's fiercest opponents will rush in without hesitation. If your plan succeeds, Anchor Infinity's enemies will be wiped out. And the fence-sitters waiting for their return will finally realize which way the wind is blowing. Is she? That's only hypothetical. Is that actually your plan? If it is, you'd be sending a lot of people to their deaths. Sorry. I have another meeting to get to. After all, thanks to that press conference, Anchor Infinity, despite its best efforts to win the public's trust, has ended up a victim of fraud. This is a serious public opinion crisis. I'd better go help Mr. Rafa figure out a plan. Oh, right. Didn't you make a wish at Odin's Tavern to come to the Brighton Zone? So, how do you like the Brighton prison hideout I lined up for you? Ganir never misses.
Hey, Nancy, what are you doing up in the middle of the night? Careful. If the droid Tom catches you, he'll send you straight to Dreamland.
Lincoln, listen. I figured something out. Your new roommate's in here for pretending to be from Ada. Even Anchor Infinity was fooled.
Whatever. Wait, even Anchor Infinity fell for it? That kid's got some guts. You've even fooled yourself, huh? If there really were people from Ida, Anchor Infinity would have been toppled ages ago. You'd hardly be sitting in here in that case.
Maybe it's not a lie and they're just crazy.
Whatever happened before, once you're in here, you're one of us.
You aren't really from Ada, are you? Don't act all high and mighty. Everyone in Kylo knows the truth. Except those useless drunks in the Brighton Zone. Brighton Prison doesn't hold the worst of us. The bravest and most righteous. Only those who dare to speak the truth. Who dare to resist. Who dare to sacrifice themselves for justice deserve to be here. These iron bars don't lock up criminals. They lock up Kylo's last conscience.
Keep it down. The droid Tom's coming. New fish. I'm Gandhi. But everyone calls me Captain.
What's with the attitude? What are you, a chunk of raw ore or something?
A raw ore is someone who's doing time for the first time, while a new fish is a fresh arrival. Why did you lie to Anchor Infinity and say you were sent from Ida? Interesting. So, tell me, how exactly did you find your way to Kylo? Go ahead. I'm listening. Looks like Anchor Infinity hit you pretty hard. I believe you're for real, Aiden. Just before you arrived, Anchor Infinity hauled in a batch of pirates they caught at the Homecomer Assembly. We've already heard the gist of what happened. I might be the only one who believes you, though. And I'm only choosing to trust you because of Granny Lola's granddaughter and her student. I used to follow Granny Lola. To uphold her ideals, I even put together my own pirate crew. But later on, I needed to make ends meet, so I went to the Brighton Zone for business. The charge in my file says I ran illegal experiments under the guise of the Floral Expo. In truth, I was plotting an uprising against Anchor Infinity. The original sentence was 20 years, but after 2 failed escape attempts, I've now got 99 years and 10 months left. Of course not. But Anchor Infinity couldn't possibly throw Mr. Hamilton behind bars. He's the man who's responsible for Helix Bio's greatest achievements. They needed someone to take the fall, and my background and timing made me the perfect scapegoat.
Got it now. No one locked up here has actually done anything wrong. They just made Anchor Infinity mad is all. I'm an Or-Zero foreman. I organized a strike after Anchor Infinity's harsh treatment. Got 20 years for it. 14 left.
I got 8 years for doing maintenance and system repairs on ships without flight permits. Only 2 left now. So, how long did you get? Don't even think about it.
You're actually pretty funny.
Easy. You figure out a way to break free from despair. This is Brighton Prism, so there are cameras everywhere. Except for the main gate, the whole perimeter is engulfed in raging space-time turbulence. Helene, that crazy girl, actually burst through a wall and let straight into it. What do you mean?
If Lensis really takes the homecomers to those coordinates, won't they all perish without a trace?
We've been trapped in this corner of the universe for 50 years. It's not like we ever had anywhere to bury the dead. To recycle resources, everyone's bodies are reclaimed and repurposed.
Is this really the time to be talking about that? Captain, shouldn't we be helping somehow?
I'm beat. Let's get some sleep. We've got work to do tomorrow.
All right. Good night.
Good night, Captain.
Two, 5, 9, 2, 5, 2, 5, 9, 2, 5. Breakfast time. Breakfast time.
What is it? A lot. Depends on what you want to know. That's way too much to get through in a single meal. You'll probably need 3. Bagus. That name does ring a bell. Take it easy. It just sounds familiar. Can't quite place where I've heard it before. I don't think this has anything to do with Nanto. I don't think I heard that name from anyone linked to him. It's just vaguely familiar. Maybe I'm mixing things up. I'll tell you about Nanto first. We're about the same age, and my mom was really close with the Todd siblings, so I actually know him pretty well. I've heard stories about him ever since I was a kid. No, to me, he was more like a role model. Whenever I ticked my mom off as a kid, she'd tell me to learn from Nanto. She'd say he's kind, smart, all of that. He doesn't know me, but I've known him since I was little. He's Asurata's adopted son. Around 2696, I think. At that point, both the Todd siblings had contracted Starstone Syndrome. Also, Anchor Infinity had discovered the Or-Zero Zone and rolled out credits, and Apex had lost a significant portion of its business to Anchor Infinity. Nanto's parents were also employees of Apex, and Anchor Infinity held a grudge against them over work-related matters. After they died, Asurata adopted him. Asurata spent years battling Starstone Syndrome, and the constant strain left no time for marriage or children. He treated Nanto as his son and poured all his knowledge and skills into him, grooming him to be Apex's future heir. Well, it's a bit complicated for now. Let's talk about it tomorrow.
Breakfast time over. Breakfast time over. Head to the plant cultivation room and start your work. Head to the plant cultivation room and start your work.
Come on. The work you're so curious about is starting.
Come on, I'll teach you. Over here. These plants are Helix biopatents. This species can conduct electricity. We're responsible for looking after them and making sure they stay healthy. It's simple. We have 3 nutrient solutions here, each with a different effect. Add the measured amounts in a specific order. Just follow my lead. I'll do it first, then you copy. Once you get the hang of it, you can do it on your own. First, draw up the liquid from the bottle on the far left with your test tube. Remember, don't let the test tube touch the inner wall. Easy does it, keep your hand steady. Add 10 drops to the roots, then wait until the soil fully absorbs the nutrient solution. By the way, what were you and the captain talking about just now? She seemed to really enjoy talking with you. What? What's wrong? What? It's impossible. Let me see. I'm done for.
Offender 11667. Wasted 2 bottles of nutrient solution. Punishment 1 night in the brain interface room.
No, please!
The punishment that can get you killed. Everyone just calls it the dream house. Watch yourself. Don't ever slip up. And whatever you do, try to stay out of there. He switched your nutrient solution on purpose, just so you get a taste of the dream house. And you're still worried about him? Because I trust you. He just doesn't like you, that's all. Can't you tell? We've got free time until dinner. Since you're so curious about Kylo, how about I take you to the electronic reading room? You can learn a lot there. You can use all the machines in here. Just unlock them with your fingerprint. Besides here, the cafeteria and the plant cultivation room are open, but there's nothing to eat in the cafeteria right now. If you're hoping to shave some time off your sentence by putting in extra work, you can always head back to the plant cultivation room. If you perform exceptionally well, you might even earn access to the gym and the movie room. But let's be honest, there's no way you'll qualify for those. Suit yourself. I'm an exemplary prisoner, so I'll go catch a movie. Bye. If there's anything you don't get, just go ask Steven over there. He's an old bookworm and knows this place better than anyone.
don't interrupt me. I'm reading. Ugh. You're really noisy. I'll answer one question, but no more bothering me after that. The digital library here is offline. When it needs an update, staff from the management office brings over a dedicated network plugin to do it. No, don't even think you can find a way to contact the outside world from here. Every time some new fish shows up, they ask me the same stupid questions. You people are really getting on my nerves. I'm studying, I'm researching, I'm using my life to read. You're wasting my precious life, and you're keeping me from gaining new knowledge. Lights out time. Lights out time.
Mr. Rafa, you've only just recovered. Shouldn't you rest a while longer?
Helix Biotech has always proven reliable. There's no need to worry. Now tell me your assessment of our diplomatic representative.
The diplomatic representative Hykros sent is green and inexperienced. Now we just have to wait for those most stubborn homecomers to deliver themselves straight into our hands. Right now, I'm worried about Helix Bio.
Joe.
He's not exactly tight-lipped. Rumors about Noah are already spreading.
Even you've heard.
He nearly blurted it out in front of that diplomatic representative today. The way I found out is entirely within the bounds of my normal duties.
Don't worry. I was planning to make Noah and Project Ark public anyway. This won't affect the bigger picture. Are you interested in reading the Project Ark press release?
This is outside my clearance. I'm not authorized to view it.
Any leads on that Bagus who was mentioned in the surveillance footage?
That's the next thing I wanted to report. I've looked into it, and there isn't a single person named Bagus in all of Kylo. I'm not sure what's going on, but I'll be more thorough in the next interrogation.
That won't be necessary. Bagus isn't important.
Do you recognize this person?
One of the passengers killed in the explosion on the space station, an Asperian. I remember him because he boarded with an invitation from Apex. Don't concern yourself with the dead. We have more important matters. At the next interrogation, start by asking what the difference between Shirley and Nemesis is.
Why do we need to ask about that? I know about Shirley, but who is Nemesis?
That humanoid weapon from Ida is called an Angel of Clemency. It employs a unique form of Omnium technology. Shirley was merely her name before being modified. Now, she goes by Nemesis. We're studying the manufacturing technology of the Angels of Clemency. It will greatly aid Project Ark, but we still can't break through her subconscious. A door stands in the way, and the answer to the problem is the key.
Understood. I'll handle it right away.
25925. Mr. Nanto, report for interrogation. Proceed to the interrogation room immediately.
Good morning. You're looking pretty good. It seems Brighton Zone's food agrees with you. I don't have that much free time. I'm here to ask you a few questions about Ida. Anchor does think that way, but that doesn't mean I do. I'm not asking for your trust. Only that you tell me what's happening on your side. General Veronica of the Hope Fleet is off on a mission. This prison is under my control for the time being. So, you can trust me. Unless you think Asurada, the former head of Apex, is a fool. Because I can't bring myself to trust anyone from Highcross. I sat in on 2 of Rafa's meetings with them, and all they did was hype up how perfect things are on their side. It sounds like nothing but overblown propaganda. Fertile soil, perfect climate, abundant resources, cutting-edge technology, and everyone living in peace and prosperity. Do they take us Kylians for fools? Most of the newer Kylians have long forgotten, but I haven't. I've seen the project files for the Kylo space station. Project Ark had to be ready to protect us from the worsening temporal anomalies. The Kylo space station is known as the Ark. It symbolizes a vessel that carries the last Kylian survivors through the apocalypse as we seek new lives and a chance to rebuild our home. Once the disaster has passed, of course. The Ark space station was so far away, yet even it got caught in that massive explosion. You were at Ground Zero. So how? How did you get out unscathed? You've been in the Ore Zero zone for so long, and you've got deep ties with the Homecomers. You must think Anchor is oppressing the Kylians and hoarding resources for their own selfish desires. Outrageous, isn't it? And can you really guarantee that Hycros hasn't told so much as a single lie? Is the land of Ida really that great? I betrayed Asurada to make my own life easier. That hasn't changed. We're still in Ida, and I'll make my own decisions. You're still not being honest. Why don't we talk about your dear friend Shirley? The only person who accompanied you to Kylo turned out to be a victim of a temporal anomaly. So, you still haven't escaped the temporal anomaly, have you? In her memories, the scenes of it are truly horrifying. We haven't done anything to her. We're doing everything we can to heal Nemesis. The space-time turbulence sent her system into chaos, so we had no choice but to intervene in her brain. I've already told you, we're healing Nemesis, not Shirley. Are the two of them completely the same to you? Frozen body, eyes drained of all life. I call her Nemesis, but you insist on calling her Shirley. Tell me, what's the difference between them in your eyes? Can you not stand that machine body of hers? Void Piercer.
brain's practically fried after a whole night in the dream house. I'm sorry. When you discovered the nutrient solution had been put in backwards, I panicked. I was worried you'd figure out it was me, and I ended up knocking over my own reagent. It was all my own doing. Don't worry. I swear I won't set you up this time.
How did you figure that out?
No telling anyone about this, okay? You have to keep it a secret. Deal. The Dream House is actually a specialized brain interface. Back when the Ida explosion hit, the space station got blown to pieces, and its AI, Noah, went down for good. Back then, an AI researcher suggested taking the passengers in the stasis pods who couldn't wake up and using them to form an AI server. That way, Noah could be repaired as quickly as possible. With human brains, the Dream House's brain interface prototype was developed back then. Apparently, it can siphon off a person's consciousness data and store it on a temporary drive for safekeeping. The vacant brains were then linked together, allowing the AI to slip in and harness their neural power. That's what kept the space station alive during its most perilous phase. To be honest, I don't really get it either. Either way, once you're in there, you can see all kinds of things, bits and pieces from every corner of Kylo. But when you wake up, you can hardly remember anything. Based on my experience repairing spaceship systems, I'd say it's the information channel everyone's consciousness passes through when it's sent out or pulled back in. The books say that back in the day, cities had busy roads. You're just like one of the cars on those roads, and plenty of others are driving from here, there, and everywhere. You're pretty sharp. Brighton Prison has a complex history. In the beginning, it was built by Anchor Infinity to lock up people who stood against them. Later, the Hope Fleet seized control. Later, when Anchor Infinity realized some prisoners had information they wanted, they cut a deal with the Hope Fleet and brought in this brain interface to dig through people's memories. Once Kylo was up and running, Lana's computing power still wasn't enough, so Anchor Infinity started using the machine to tap into prisoners' brains. Using that excuse, they took back control of the prison again. Hey, I'm not finished. What's with that IC? This brain interface has adjustable power settings. Crank them up too high, and it'll damage the brain, causing all kinds of issues. Even death. Veronica, the general of the Hope Fleet, has despised Anchor Infinity for quite some time. She once captured a senior Anchor Infinity executive and planned to subject him to a thorough interrogation. Anchor Infinity used the brain interface to fry that person's brain overnight. The usually mild-mannered General Veronica was so furious that she smashed a cup and stayed up all night setting up a compliance investigation committee for the prison. I know what you're thinking. Anchor Infinity just sent Veronica off on a long-range expedition. It's only natural they're using her absence to try and retake control of the prison. That's why Nanto's been coming and going non-stop lately. Under the last general, things were more or less like that. But ever since Veronica took over, she's given Anchor Infinity one hell of a headache. Yeah, basically, but it depends on the person. That machine and I don't get along. Most people are just a little drowsy after a night inside it, but my brain aches for ages before I'm back to normal. The brain interface's power was only reduced because of that showdown between General Veronica and Anchor Infinity. People don't die as easily now, but it still does quite a bit of damage. What are you thinking? Don't go poking around just because you're curious. That thing might not kill people anymore, but if you're unlucky, 2 or 3 runs can still fry your brain. They'll run some tests. If they decide your brain's permanently shot, they'll take you away. Anchor Infinity doesn't tolerate deadweights. Are you nuts? People go through rigorous testing before they're let go. No one can fool Lana.
Prisoner 25925. For damaging a test tube and wasting nutrient solution, you are sentenced to 1 night in the brain interface room.
I built this space just for you. Lana can't listen to us in here. I gotta hand it to you. You're pretty sharp, reaching me through Shirley at a time like this. I snuck a look at some surveillance footage from the Brighton Zone. You're awfully obedient. Whatever they tell you to do, just do it. Who would have thought Hycrose's diplomatic representative was such a pushover? Those Kylians are trying to figure out how Shirley's consciousness can control a body modified by the heirs of Ida, so they've kept her hooked up to a brain interface for study. Shirley survived the temporal anomalies and the Angels of Clemency's modifications. After wandering inside Gesthos with me for so long, there's no way Lana alone can unlock her subconscious. Relax. They wouldn't dare harm her. She's way too valuable for that. I was going to rescue her, but I realized Lana had allocated more than half of her computational power to analyzing Shirley. I've only diverted a small portion of my computational power here for now. After all, this is Lana's turf. If I rushed to rescue Shirley, I'd definitely draw her attention, so I decided to come find you first. I only made it here because Gesthos is a hyperdimensional quantum supercomputer enhanced by Omnium technology, and also because Shirley is here. Shirley is my anchor point. Without her, I never would have made it through the space-time turbulence. Of course, it's like an impenetrable electronic fog to me. Shirley is like a beacon, and only by following her light can I reach Kylo. There's plenty of time to talk about all that later. For now, let me tell you how I can help. That depends on how Lana distributes her computational power. The less she assigns to one place, the more actions I can take. she's devoted very little to this prison. All the video footage, droid logs, and prisoner activity data are merely stored here without being analyzed. That's how I managed to create a containment field to isolate Lana. Oh, if you need my full support, I can also use Gestos to block Lana's access to the entire Kylo space station, but it won't last very long. Lana's server isn't a hyperdimensional computer, so I have an advantage there. The problem is the space-time turbulence. Passing through it severely drains my computing power. I've only just arrived and haven't had time to properly assess Lana's processing capacity. If you need it, give me a couple of days so I can get a clear grasp of what she's capable of first. Got it. I'll handle the medical records. For now, just rest here. I've already blocked the brain interface that was tapping into your consciousness. No need to thank me. Once you're out, we'll rescue Shirley, and I'll help you beat up Lana and Rafa.
Mr. Rafa, our diplomatic representative mistakenly entered the brain interface room today.
They had the honor of supporting Kylo and Lana, if only a little. They've been locked up as a fraudster, but they're still the first genuine visitor from Ida so far. Aren't you even a little curious about the place?
Humanity has a long history, but the same stories play out in different places. After all, everyone is human in the end. The Idans are just like us. They're human too. The homecomers believe that as soon as they go back, they'll be welcomed with open arms, convinced that Ida is of one mind with them, as close as family. But is the world really that ideal? I don't think so.
Tell me what you think, then.
Hykros never promised the Kylians any special treatment for returning to Ida. They're dealing with us because they want to construct another Tower of Fantasy and compete for the limited resources we have here. Our dealings with Hykros are no different. It's purely about finding ways to profit from them. Ida certainly has fertile ground and is worth the effort for Kylo, but Hykros is not a partner we can trust. The more genuine a diplomatic representative is, the more dangerous they are.
Your theory is rational, and very similar to Lana's calculations. Boost the output in the brain interface room. The diplomatic representative's physiology is unusual, so normal power probably won't be enough to bring their brain online.
Agreed.
Also, Lana's been updating the servers these past few months, so computing power is a bit short right now. Go gather the diplomatic representative's movements and statements in Kylo, and see if there's anything useful. Their last answers were of no use to Shirley whatsoever. Either we were lied to, or they were simply wrong.
I'll get right on it.
Lincoln said you screwed up yesterday and got sent to the brain interface room? You actually look fine. You must be tougher than I thought. Oh, really? Well, all right then. But barely anyone in this prison comes out of the brain interface room with their mind intact. Especially the new fish. After their first time in there, most of them can't even remember their own names. Mealtime's over. See ya. What? Miss me already? Why are you suddenly bringing this up? What makes you think I'd help you? So, how do you want me to help? You're a smart one, and I like working with smart ones. You guessed right. My family has some influence in the Brighton Zone, so even after rubbing Anchor Infinity the wrong way, I can still expect pretty decent treatment around here. As for Nanto, I do know a few things you won't discover in the reading room. Whether they're useful to you or not, that's for you to decide. Why are you so hung up on that name? I promise I'll think about it, but right now I really can't remember where I've heard it. Brighton's prison control has bounced back and forth between Anchor Infinity and the Hope Fleet a few times. But no matter who's running the place, there are 2 inmates who've never been hooked up to the brain interface. 30637, an old man whose real name no one knows, and Steven. As far as I know, Nanto is the one protecting them. 30637 actually went through a brain interface interrogation back in the day. But he was a tough nut to crack. The machine couldn't access his subconscious. After he joined Anchor Infinity, Nanto interrogated 30637 and supposedly pried a trove of vital intel from him. With that, Nanto cut a deal with 30637, guaranteeing he'll never be put in the brain interface again. Steven is even more perplexing. He was framed and taken in because of his role as a specially appointed Apex scholar researching Aiden history. Also, there were suspicions that he leaned toward the homecomers. As soon as Steven was jailed, Nanto saw to it that he got special treatment. No sessions in the brain interface, and no hard labor. Back then, Nanto was already Rafa's trusted confidant, and whoever happened to be running the prison was happy to grant him that courtesy. It seems we have different views on this. He's keeping a secret. A colossal one that might be tied to Bagus. The very person you've been chasing so relentlessly. And those 2 he's singled out for protection, they're your lead. There's nothing we can do about it here. I asked Steven ages ago, but even he doesn't know why Nanto treats him so differently. As for 30637, he's too old and his mind has long since deteriorated. You won't get anything out of him. Unless you can find someone who knew him before he went to prison. Didn't you say that even locked up here in Brighton Prison, you could still cause trouble for Anchor Infinity? I'm sure you can handle this. All this talking's making me thirsty. Let's go.
Holding up. That night in the dream house must have been rough. Yikes. You were pretty careless. I found out over breakfast that Laurent and Lelouch were cremated last night. Yeah, based on how I felt last time, they definitely cranked up the brain interface power recently. Look, my hands are still shaking. If I had to go in again, I'd be dead for sure. Of course I will, but we're in Brighton Prison now. Our lives aren't our own. Last year, when Lana's servers were being updated and computing power was scarce, Anchor Infinity came up with all sorts of excuses to throw people in prison and put them through brain interface interrogations. But it was really just to boost Lana's computing power. Tons of people died back then. And even if they didn't, they ended up basically brain dead. If I ever ended up like that, I'd be better off dead. I'm betting that's how old Han's brain was fried. I don't get why they never let him out. True. You're in way better shape than I am. Everyone who went in with you is dead, but you've still got plenty of fight left in you. I wish I was more like you. Yeah, true. Hey, do you lie on it differently or something? Why are you affected so little?
I sent him away so we could talk. Because I'm good at reading people. One look at you tells me you're the restless type. You're never going to rot in this prison, so you're not about to sit around with idiots like Barbara. Don't you want to know why Laurent died so soon? Allow me to explain. Just before the third eradication operation, on the day Lola Hans died, Nanto secretly sent Laurent to warn her, so that Wednesday could avoid the operation. But Laurent, driven by selfish ambition, murdered Lola Hans and pinned it on the Hope Fleet, igniting a conflict between the pirates and Anchor Infinity in the hope of profiting from the chaos. It wasn't just once. It was over and over. Long before Laurent ever left Wednesday, the two were already in touch. Wednesday is still around mostly because of his help. That's right. But don't go thinking he's a good guy. Anchor Infinity just wants the pirates and the Hope Fleet at each other's throats forever. Whenever one side starts to crumble, they prop it back up. To Nanto, Laurent was nothing but a useful lapdog. If he ever dared to disobey, his master would put him down and get a new one. Things are different now. It wasn't until I landed in prison that Laurent told me everything. I can stomach being a heinous pirate, but I'll never be some lapdog you can tease with a dangling bone. Laurent got exactly what he deserved, and I'm happy about it. But Nanto still hasn't had his reckoning, and I've never despised anyone more in my life. If you really are from Ada, you won't be stuck here for long. I'm afraid Nanto will have me wired into the brain interface tonight just for telling you all this. I have just one favor to ask. Smash that smug, snobby-looking face of Nanto's to a bloody pulp for me. It's almost lights out. I hope you can grant me my final wish.
All recordings related to Prisoner 25925 from Odin's Tavern are here for you to review.
Good. By the way, Prisoner 25925 didn't go to the brain interface room today, right?
Negative.
Tomorrow, find a way to put Prisoner 25925 in there, and raise the power output by 30%. As for that Scorpion, send her to the brain interface room tonight. Max out the power. Same as for Laurent.
Affirmative.
Is General Veronica's expedition still going smoothly?
I am not authorized to initiate communications with General Veronica.
Hasn't Lana been operating in the prison lately?
You are not authorized to access information about Lana's operations.
Adi, this is Grey Fox.
Please input password.
Slug and Boss Lady.
Hello, Mr. Nanto. Long time no see. This is Adi. How can I assist you?
Your presence here confirms my suspicions. Lana did indeed divert the computing power that was meant for Brighton Prison.
Currently, only the standard surveillance systems at Brighton Prison are functioning properly. Lana's computing power hasn't been deployed in the prison, and the power is down to just 50% of its former level across the Brighton zone.
A simple server update couldn't have caused these anomalies. It seems Mr. Ruff is determined to dig into Shirley's technological secrets.
The computing power concentrated at Shirley's location is still insufficient to make up for the deficit across the Brighton zone. Some of the remaining capacity has simply vanished. It seems to have been siphoned into an encrypted server somewhere. Based on our current intel, the encrypted server could serve one of three purposes. 1. Evolving a new Lana model. 2. Supporting a new large-scale construction project.
It must be that new secret project arc. I'll begin investigating through Helix Bio later. Maybe I can locate her.
Is there anything you need from me?
Bagus, do you have any news?
The Master remains silent.
Now that's strange. How did Hygros' diplomatic representative and our Bagus become enemies? Guess we'll have to ask. Some things aren't meant to be known by too many people. From now on, I ask, you answer. Don't test my patience. Do you intend to see Bagus dead? Still playing dumb. I've already checked every record in Lana's surveillance system related to you, and heard every word you've ever said in Odin's Tavern. You said Bagus hurt your friend, and you won't let him get away with it. I'm curious. When did that happen? And how did he do it? Was it in Kylo? Or on your end? Gestos? What is he using Gestos for? Yes, that's just like him. What he did was right. Whatever Bagus does, he must have his reasons. He owes me no explanation. My duty is to eliminate any future threats on his behalf. Since you want Bagus dead, it's only natural that I take care of you. Still mouthing off, huh? I hear you've been enjoying your naps in the brain interface room lately. So today, I'll make sure you have very sweet dreams. Inmates die from brain interface power anomalies all the time. If that's how you kick the bucket, at least I'll have an excuse for Rafa and Veronica. Source code. Data source. Don't tell me the key Rafa's after is hidden in your head. Crafty Hycross. Are you so afraid I'll crank up the power and kill you that you're making up some source code in an attempt to blackmail me? You Hycross people are despicable. Always preaching about unity with the Kylians, yet all you really want is to exploit Kylo's resources and technology. Don't worry. I'm not actually going to kill you. I still need you to help the Kylians return to Ida, so the worst that'll happen is you become a Hycross representative who obeys my every command. I've already told you. On this matter, Anchor Infinity and I don't see eye to eye. Rafa's lost his wits. He can't see past his own nose. Instead of clinging to the current status quo and keeping the Kylians penned in, he should be thinking about how to replace Hycross and Ida. At the end of the day, they're just a bunch of scientists. What abilities or insights could they possibly have? As long as we humor them for now, Anchor Infinity can move to Ida later on. If we stay patient for a while, the faction that ultimately calls the shots in Ida will be anyone's guess. Of course, Rafa certainly won't live to see that day. Head to the brain interface room and think it through at your leisure. Honestly, I still can't tell whether you're an idiot or a genius. I hope you'll make up your mind soon, given your role and current circumstances. If you're willing to return to Ida and lend me your support, the CEO position at Anchor Infinity's Asperia branch could one day be yours.
Why didn't you show up yesterday? Do you have any idea how long I waited for you? I've already mapped out the prison, and you were just outside chatting? It might already be too late. After I reported to Hycross, they discovered that before you arrived in the Brighton Zone, Kylo unilaterally shut down all channels of communication with Hycross, including the passage you used to get here. Plotty's already working on a solution. Her dad gave me a good scolding and said she misjudged Rafa, which got you locked up. She's really sorry. Maybe we should wait for Plotty. Otherwise, if we break out now, you'll still be stuck in Kylo. Is Bagus somehow linked to Anchor Infinity? But when I contacted Shirley, I couldn't find anything. All it's doing is using more computing power. He shut down the channel to keep you from contacting Hycross. But if he thinks he can cut us off completely, he can think again. She thinks Rafa's actions prove he's downright terrified of Hycross arriving. She insists you find a way to escape, then get in touch with Hycross. She did say she was sending someone, but the passage is closed now, and we have no idea when help will arrive. Right now, I'm the only one who can travel back and forth. I'm sorry, but there's no one else who can help you. She barely has any computing power to tap into right now. The missing capacity seems to have been swallowed by a patch of space-time turbulence. I'm guessing she's working on some big plan that demands a lot of computing power. She's confident that Brighton Prison is escape-proof. It's wrapped in space-time turbulence, after all. There's still very little computing power allocated here, so for now, our jailbreak plan should be foolproof. I wanted to help you give Lindsys and the others a heads up, but every frequency linked to the Hope Fleet is under strict surveillance. Even a single message to Lindsys could catch Lana's eye if Hipper picks it up. Our plan has to succeed. Only after you're safe can we plan our next move. Then get some rest for now. I'll keep an eye on Shirley. Lana's been dedicating more and more computing power to her, so all I can do now is watch. I don't dare speak to her anymore.
I've just remembered something about that guy you've been asking about, Bagus. Are you sure his name is Bagus? As I said before, my mom got to know the Todd siblings through work and ended up designing the first bar counter at Odin's Tavern. Don't underestimate this job. Miss Aglaya's requirements were very particular. She wanted to create a place where people could experience civilization and comfort, even in the barren reaches of outer space. But resources were scarce at the time. To come up with the most cost-effective plan, my mom pored over every tavern-related document she could find and even interviewed a bunch of people, Miss Aglaya included. Why do you get so worked up when I bring him up? Be patient. My mom never met him, but Miss Aglaya mentioned him. Miss Aglaya regularly visited Odin's Tavern back when she was in Asperia, and its owner was a man named Bagus. She was actually on quite friendly terms with him. Yeah, supposedly Bagus had lots of connections back then, and because of his relationship with Miss Aglaya, Apex sent him an invitation to the space station. That's how he ended up on board. Well, unfortunately, his stasis pod was severely damaged in the explosion, and he didn't survive. My mom thinks Aglaya's plan to build Odin's Tavern was also a way of honoring her friend from another generation. Why have you suddenly gone silent? I finally remembered and that's your reaction? Impossible. Too many of the stasis pods on the early station were damaged, and with the power shortage, there was no way to rescue anyone. If a pod was compromised, there's no way its occupant could have survived until now. So, I think you might be looking for the wrong person.
Lana's definitely pushing another update. This morning in the cafeteria, they said I was stacking the trays at the wrong angle. And once I'm done with my shift, I have to report to the brain interface room for punishment. Scorpion and Angel were hauled in last night, and they were already dead this morning. If I go in, I'm as good as dead. Is there anything you can do? Please, you have to save me. They've cranked the brain interface power way too high. If you don't help me, I'll die. You survived 2 whole nights. There has to be a way. Why won't you tell me?
Prisoner 11667, causing a loud disturbance and interfering with others' work. Punishment 1 night in the brain interface room.
I'm finished. I'll never get out. No, I can finally get out.
Prisoner 25925, disrupting prison management operations. Punishment 1 night in the brain interface room.
I've pulled the inmates' medical records from the past few days and made a few tweaks. With Lana's current computing power, there's no way she'll spot the inconsistencies. First, we'll forge your life readings. The system's monitoring you in real time. One jolt will knock you out, send your heart into arrhythmia, and stop it altogether. Don't worry, I'll control the voltage precisely. You'll pull through.
25925's faking it. They've definitely figured out how to deal with the brain interface.
Are you sure?
Definitely. Ever since the brain interface's power was boosted these past few days, everyone else has died. They were hooked up for 2 of the last 3 days and walked away unscathed. That's impossible.
Are you saying the fraudster in Brighton Prison has found a way to evade Lana?
I know it sounds far-fetched, but what if it's some kind of special trait? That would make them incredibly valuable for Helix Bio's research. I've just handed over vital intel. Please, don't put me in the brain interface again.
I'll verify it. If the facts are indeed as you say, then I'll spare your life.
I swear, there's definitely something wrong with 25925. If you don't believe me, then go check right now.
I hope you're right.
Heartbeat has returned to normal. Vital signs are stable, but consciousness remains impaired.
Run a brain diagnostic. If it's not viable for brain interface extraction, follow standard protocol.
Affirmative.
All vitals are below normal. Stop resuscitation. Power down to machines, complete the paperwork, and call Helix Bio to reclaim the body.
Affirmative.
Grab the communicator on the table. I'll guide you. Nanto's here.
Project Astralis really ended so soon? General, your years of dedication to deep space exploration, haven't you given up a bit too early?
Project Astralis hasn't failed. I just began to feel unwell after I set out. I had no choice but to turn back midway to recover. I just returned when I heard that the Hykros diplomatic representative had been arrested and imprisoned.
We uncovered this fraud while you were away, General. Since you aren't feeling well, I'll arrange Helix Bio to give you a checkup.
That won't be necessary. The air in the Brighton Zone is so fresh. I started feeling better the moment I got back. Brighton Prison is under the Hope Fleet's jurisdiction. Now that I've returned, I intend to conduct a thorough investigation into this case. After all, even Anchor Infinity was swindled, so this is no small matter.
Mr. Rafa.
I'll be taking the prisoner now. Thank you for overseeing the prison in my absence, Mr. Nanto. You've been juggling countless responsibilities. Please take this opportunity to catch your breath. Please coordinate the remaining handover with Alexander. 25925, you're coming with me. I'll interrogate you myself at Hope Fleet headquarters.
General, you've always treated your subordinates with kindness. Thank you for thinking of me. I'll make sure Mr. Rafa hears of your thoughtfulness and diligence.
I'll leave it to you then. Thank you. You must be terribly shaken after being imprisoned over a misunderstanding, diplomatic representative. This is my office. There are no surveillance devices here, so you can rest easy. Yes, that's me. But I don't think I deserve all the praise. I simply want the Hope Fleet to help humanity find a new home as soon as possible. Our fleet has no shortage of officers like Hipper, brimming with idealism and courage. It's because of them that I've found the strength to persist and the motivation to mediate with Anchor Infinity. Nanto is young and hot-tempered. As far as I'm aware, all of this was his own doing while Mr. Rafa was unwell. Speaking of Mr. Rafa, I need to go apologize to him. After all, I wasn't able to carry out Project Astralis, which he supported despite everyone else's objections. I'll also help clear up the misunderstanding between you and Nanto. Rest assured, I guarantee that all scheduled diplomatic negotiations and events will proceed as planned.
So, the High Cross diplomatic representative is just hiding out here, taking it easy?
They've been in and out of the brain interface room countless times this week, and having just gone through a major battle, it's perfectly normal to fall asleep after finally relaxing. Relax. I'm the one who let him in. He proposed cooperation terms I simply couldn't refuse. Once you hear them, you might find them hard to refuse too.
Cooperation has never been about shared ideals, only shared interests. You want to find Bagus, and so do I. You can't stand Rafa, and neither can I. So, if he's in danger, I'll do everything I can to help him. If you hate him so much, are you really willing to let him die at Rafa's hands? If you want to kill him yourself, then help me find him. I can leverage every privilege and connection I have in Anchor Infinity, and do everything in my power to get you any information you need. This is no time for joking around. Bagus is in a predicament much like Shirley's. Their consciousnesses have undergone brain interface uploads and could be breached at any moment by Lana's computing power. Now is not the time to be playing the enemy of my enemy is my friend games. You still harbor such naive fantasies? Think back. Who framed you and had you thrown in prison? Smeared you as a fraudster, kidnapped Shirley for experimentation, and used you to murder the homecomers?
I think you may still have some misconceptions about Rafa, Anchor Infinity, and Nanto, diplomatic representative. I didn't get a chance to mention this earlier. I only made it to the prison in time and saved you from Anchor Infinity because of an encrypted message from Nanto. He's the one who sent me back to vouch for you. I'd say that's more than enough to demonstrate his sincerity. And don't forget, without my support, you can't verify your identity, let alone negotiate with Rafa. Before you were imprisoned, Rafa had already cut off contact with Ida and sealed the passage you used to get here. Right now, you need to calm down and think about how many options you really have left. Nanto, the diplomatic representative has already made themselves perfectly clear. Cooperation requires good faith from both sides, and the support you gave to spring them from prison was plainly not enough.
Then allow me to give you a deeper understanding of Rafa. He never cared about the Kylians. After Apex fell, Anchor Infinity became the sole power. And his habitat exploration plan is just a pretense to placate the Kylians. Odin's Tavern, which was built by Aglaya, was originally a contact network that Apex used to sponsor the homecomers. After Asurada's death, Rafa ordered me to keep Odin's Tavern running in secret, channeling whatever aid the pirates needed. This is Lana's strategy for Rafa. Impose authoritarian rule to drive the Kylians into piracy. Use those pirates to bog down the Hope Fleet. And finally, have the Hope Fleet crack down on the real homecomers.
That's it. In recent years, the Hope Fleet hasn't carried out any real expeditions beyond cracking down on pirates. And those so-called expeditions are really just insect cleanup operations in the mine for Anchor Infinity.
You can really pull that off?
Of course. Every Hope Fleet vessel is built by Anchor Infinity and fitted with the Lana Smart piloting system. So long as space-time turbulence doesn't cut Lana off, the ships can only be flown by her. The only way I could get back here was on an antique ship I bought on the black market, cobbled together from parts the pirates had scrounged. Since it wasn't equipped with Lana's system, I was able to safely land at Brighton Port.
What's your plan then? I can't possibly agree. If you help me rescue Bagus, I guarantee I'll be the one who wins next time.
You need the representative's help to save Bagus. Once he's saved, they'll find out anyway. Revealing his identity now won't make much of a difference, will it? If you'd rather I didn't know, I can wait outside. When you're finished, just let me know.
There's no need for that. I'm just amazed this clever yet arrogant Hykros representative still hasn't figured out Baggis's true identity. Lana's computing server is down, so she has no eyes on the prison, except at the key entrances and exits. To keep the prison under control, I have to temporarily stand in for Lana. I take it you uncovered Baggis's identity in prison. 50 years ago, back in her homeland of Asperia, Miss Aglaia struck up a friendship that crossed generations with the founder of Odin's Tavern. Think again. After Miss Aglaia boarded the space station, she rebuilt Odin's Tavern, both to comfort the Kylians, who were devastated by the disaster, and to preserve the memories of her hometown and childhood, which she could never return to. So, after Miss Aglaia was put into cryogenic sleep because of Starstone Syndrome, who took charge of Odin's Tavern? But Aserada is already dead. Who do you think he trusted most before he died? So you knew the Phantom's true identity all along. No wonder you linked me to his death so early on. But unfortunately, you hardly know him at all. At that time, he was suffering from Starstone Syndrome, and even the special medicine had no effect on him. Because of his poor health, he even cut back on attending the Apex meetings. By then, he no longer had the strength to play the Phantom, so he decided to put on the last act of his life, which he titled The Lone Assassin. It's said that while he was on Asperia, he read some classics from his home planet. One story told of a martyr who, in order to overthrow the enemy king, allowed an assassin to behead him. Then the assassin presented his head as a gift to the enemy king. The king received it personally, giving the assassin the opportunity to strike. And the only person capable of driving him to such lengths is my aunt, Miss Aglaia Baggis, Aserada's sole blood relative and the founder of Odin's Tavern.
How is that even possible?
I'm out of time. I need to return to Anchor Infinity and submit my report. I've said all I can. This is the greatest sincerity I can offer you.
Then you can return for now. Give the diplomatic representative some time. I'll clear things up here.
Please remember this. I came here today because General Veronica took my prisoner, and I came solely to demand an explanation. I got into a huge argument with her, and in the end, I left empty-handed.
I gave Anchor Infinity's director of the Safe Navigation Department a severe scolding in front of Hykros' diplomatic representative, and Director Nanto swore to properly repay me for today's treatment.
Of course. With Rafa dead, Anchor Infinity will be leaderless. A bunch of fat fools hardly worth worrying about. Soon enough, I'll control not only Anchor Infinity, but also the nearly completed Third City. Among the Todd family legacy, Odin's Tavern can unite all the pirate factions, and the Apex servers can store Lana after her source permissions are rewritten. Once Baggis returns, these will form the foundation for rebuilding order in Kylo. General Veronica, You're driven by boundless ambition and lofty idealism, intent on making the Hope Fleet live up to its name under your command. But if you take the helm of Kylo, the strain of long-range expeditions will inevitably bleed it dry. Diplomatic representative. Neither you nor Hykros are worth trusting. For now, I have no choice but to rely on you. But the moment Lana is back under Apex control, I won't let you lay a finger on Kylo ever again. When that day comes, history will chronicle everything that has taken place in this stretch of space. Everything that belongs to the Kylians. The history of Kylo must be written by our own hands.
I know you need time to think. I can give you that, but not much. A day at most.
No one knows about my release yet, do they?
I was just about to take care of that. I'll reach out to my media contacts to clear your name. My assistant Alexander is currently handling the necessary documentation. Tomorrow, the story of the Ida visitor, falsely imprisoned by the Anchor Infinity, will become the talk of Kylo.
Please remember to add a line at the beginning of this lead news item. The diplomatic representative's assistant, Shirley, was taken into Helix Bio Inc. for treatment after suffering from local environmental sickness.
Clever. That way, they won't dare lay a finger on your partner.
Not only that, if we're going to work together, you must guarantee Shirley's safety. Get her out before the media storm hits.
You know, you're actually very similar to Nanto. He made the exact same request of me, except he was worried about Aglaia. My answer to you is the same one I gave Nanto. I'll do my best to ensure her safety, but if you want a swift rescue, your best option is to partner with me.
I understand your position, but we must discuss something more pressing first. Before I left, I made an agreement with Lindsys. If they hadn't heard from me after 7 days, they would retrace my steps back to Ida. But that location is a trap, and today is the 7th day.
Now that you broke out, Rafa is going to put the entire Brighton Zone on high alert. Even if Lana is running on empty, she's still going to be breathing down our necks.
What exactly is going on with this Lana? And how is Rafa using her to control Kylo?
50 years ago, Kylo constructed the Ark space station. Back then, the station's AI was called Noah. After a catastrophic incident aboard the station, Noah's servers were damaged. Then Aglaia Todd rebuilt it as Lana. From that day on, as the space base and mines were constructed, Lana spread through every vein of Kylo society. The Brighton Zone, constructed atop the remnants of the Ark space station, is no exception.
So what's going on with your Hope Fleet headquarters?
After Kylo established contact with Hykros, Lana soon faced a shortage of computational power. This wasn't unusual. During Kylo's years of rapid reconstruction, Lana often ran into similar shortages. The reconstruction of infrastructure requires the AI's power, but in order for the AI to take over the new facilities afterward, we must increase her processing power. The same logic applies to contacting Hykros and establishing a secure channel. I was fed up with Rafa using Lana to spy on the fleet, so while the channel was being set up, I used saving processing power as an excuse to cut her loose from the Hope Fleet.
How are you supposed to do that? Your spaceship can't run without Lana, can it?
Before Lana took control of the spaceship, or when the Kylians couldn't get AI Noah online, how do you think we managed to pilot the spaceship and explore space? Simply put, I rebooted the fleet's old systems that Lana phased out, and trained the necessary personnel. I've staked my claim. I call the shots in every sector where those systems run. I gave up the fleet's navigation and Brighton prison surveillance, made Rafa sign the agreements, and rolled out the old system across the fleet in place of Lana's.
So since Hykros and Kylo got in touch, Lana's not watching the Hope Fleet HQ anymore?
Lana has no control over the fleet's confidential comms, provision pods, or energy transport systems when they run outside the spaceship.
So this is just a recent change? In such a short time, how much could you even prepare? You really think you can overthrow Anchor Infinity?
You want to head back to Orzero? I'll get you a fleet pass for the Space Rift. Oh, and could you also take this handwritten letter to Hipper for me?
So I'm just heading back like this? Really? There won't be any problems?
Your record is cleared in the system, and I'm personally backing you. Don't tell me you're underestimating my influence or that of Hope Fleet.
I trust you. After all, you're the one who seems the most concerned for my safety. Whatever comes next, thank you for your help.
you ready to set faith? Ready to see my new show? Then let's...
your balance, you'll get yourself killed. For my final act, I'll make you disappear. Take the final bow. Risen. Your starring role is death. final act, I'll make you disappear. Let me see. What you got there? The prophet's notes say bunnies are in for good luck today. The prophet's notes say bunnies are in for good luck today. The prophet's notes say bunnies are in for good luck today.
Prophet's notes say bunnies are in for good luck today. The Prophet's notes say bunnies are in for good luck today. The Prophet's notes say bunnies are in for good luck today. The Prophet's notes say bunnies are in for good luck today. The Prophet's notes say bunnies are in for good luck today. The Prophet's notes say bunnies are in for good luck today.